And boom. Okay, there we go. Hey, hey. Good, we're set. This is good. How about that? Okay. What's up, everybody? Hope you're doing well today. It's a wonderful Tuesday. Man, this is a busy time of year. Anybody else super duper busy with everything? It's just, man. It's like doing gifts, doing teacher presents, doing, our normal spinning plates as well. You know how it goes. There we go. Okay, that's set. This is good. That is set. This looks frozen. Sweet. I got a haircut today. Got it all chopped off. Not quite a high and tight, but man, it is flirting with it. That zero tolerance on the side with that island of integrity. All right. Yeah, so we're going to be turning some diamond painting pins first, and then we'll switch over. We'll be turning some of the professional, some of the professional, which I guess I'm not here. Golly. There we go. Okay, we'll be turning these, the professional twist kit pins. Boom. And you have more Christmas to make, but too cold. Oh man, Lawrence, that's a bummer. Lawrence, I came across something yesterday. And then it made me think about you. It was on Facebook. It's like somebody had said something to the effect of, with all these CNCs and the lasers and stuff like that, is a scroll saw obsolete? And it kind of makes you wonder. But TLDR, no, I wouldn't say it makes it obsolete. But production-wise, when you're trying to accommodate a whole bunch of people, and you're trying to get you're trying to get that particular project in as many hands as possible, then yeah, it's gonna be way faster to do that. But you're doing a little bit of the soul removal, I would say, if I had to cast a little bit there. But on the other hand, I think it's also beneficial. It's good because on one hand, it's like, yeah, it kind of makes it a little obsolete for one, but it's like, I think a part of it is some people are just, they want things that are copies of whatever it is, and that's okay. But no, I don't think some of these hand tools, wood tools. I mean, look at a lot of woodworkers. They go back and they're using they're still using the chisels to carve out dovetails. And could you do that on a CNC? Yeah, but people still do it the old school way because it really is putting a little bit more of themselves into the work that they're sharing with others. I think sometimes about the pins, like, who needs a pin? It's like $50 to $400. Nobody really, but it's one of those things. It's one of those things that we're showing appreciation for you, and just gratitude and appreciation, But yeah, it's not as popular to do it the old school way, but it always goes back into that line of, well, how handmade is handmade, and that type of stuff. Let's see, let's do this option here. You don't have a computer and not, yeah. Well, that's the thing too, is like, it really is just a different skill set. But I think everything is relatively learnable. With enough time and repetitions, I think you can pretty much learn anything. It's just that you'd also have to want to, which is the other part of it. And then for CNCs, you got to have the finances to do it too. Although there are relatively inexpensive ones, but that's not what we need to talk about right now. Yeah. Man. Hey, lots of good peeps coming into the chat. Thank you. For my lives, I like to make it so there is no. Try to keep them ad free. Or I want to keep them ad free. I mean, I have to try. I have control over it, but at least for the live portion. When they go, I can turn that off too, I guess. You'd have to go to college to learn CNC. I thought about doing that, and sometimes it would just be. Well, I guess to put it this way, my reasoning would have been wrong. Because there's a part of me that's like, yeah, I can do it too. I went to college for it, but I'm not gonna. So yeah, I guess an overboard type of thing like that. Some may even call that petty. But others use that for fuel to, I guess, make themselves better, huh? That's a possibility. My daughter said that one of her teachers, her favorite teacher, was going to college to become a principal, and then I looked at my daughter and said, "Do you think I should go back to college?" She said, "No, you're too old." I said, "What? You think I'm too old to go back to college?" She's 10, but I said, "College is just a. You could go when you're 70 if you wanted. Like, there's not really an age restriction on it. It's more of an individual capabilities, probably. If I had to put some limitation on it, I guess." Haven't people seen Patch Adams? We don't have a $100,000 shop, yeah. Oh man, Lawrence, you're buying one of those budget CNCs. I'm just kidding, man. You could buy a good one with that, but yeah. You drop a couple, 2 or 3 of them zeros, and that's how much my shop is. Hey, did you see that the pencil? See the pencil with the captive rings? Yeah. I tossed it into the bucket over there, and it broke. Whoops. Whew. It's warm in here. Really warm. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't record actually doing it because I didn't think it would be as simple as it was. I thought I would have to try a couple of times, but turns out it's a pretty resilient thing. That was pretty neat. Pretty strong. And I did it with Carbide too. I've only seen people do that with a SOOO, and then I started wondering, is it more impressive to be able to do that with a SOOO? Because people talk about how difficult or how unrefined wood looks after you use Carbide on it. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. It was more of a thought process, I guess. Make a hollowing tool. What kind of hollowing tool? The Carbide one, or like to scrape the inside of a hollow form, and what kind of hollowing tool? A lot of people I've seen use Forstner bits to at least start that. And then they use a scraper, well, a combo, I guess, between a bowl gouge and a scraper the rest of the time. Globe ornaments. You saw that thing that I made? You saw this little guy. Yeah, I made that, and basically, so if this is your chunk right here, what you do is you start with a square, and then you turn just a little bit, because you want to keep the square there, that way you have reference marks, and then you cut it, you quarter it, and then you flip everything over, and then you can hollow it out from there. Or not hollow it out, then you glue it back up, I mean. Hey, what's up, Ben? How you been? How's that new mic treating you? You missed it? I wouldn't say that you missed it. It's more of a I just wanted to see if I could. I'm not going to start producing with any number, significant number. But it is kind of cool. I think it's one of those magic tricks type of thing that woodworkers are able to do when you don't know how they did it. Then you start looking at it and you start kind of thinking what the capabilities are that you've got, and then you just keep working forwards, and sometimes taking a step back and then working forwards again. It's just fun. It's fun to be able to do that. So at least I think so. And instead of just saying that I could probably do that, I think I did see another pretty cool way of doing something too. Hey Abby, will you go get that other pen that I did? The one that's on the Purdue, that's inside. You said it didn't look good sanded, or I didn't do a good sanding job. Yeah. So there's another thing that I thought was pretty cool, and this is an idea I've been chewing on for a while. As far as like, what am I actually going to do with this? And so I tried it out on something different, but I guess to kind of come back to the whole ornament thing, there's a pretty cool way to do stuff, you know? Like this here. So I made it like starting as a diamond painting pin because I might as well apply some of these concepts to what I already do. But basically I took a drill on the square and then drilled straight through, rotated it, drilled straight through again, and then you turn it. I mean, it's not crazy on how to do it. It's more like you can start at that point to show somebody that and be like, how do you think I got to this point? And if you didn't know, that's how. But a pretty cool thing. I hear you on that, Ben. You want to edit some of my shorts as well? That would be great. I don't think I mentioned it, but I've got a surgery on Friday. Finger bump here. So we'll be getting rid of that. But I don't anticipate many problems, I guess. But whoever does, really. Yeah, so I guess I'll show you the other thing that I had done that was similar to that. So, you know, this here, if I know the drill size that I'm going to use, it's great. And then I did something similar on a fountain pen cap a long time ago, and basically it was like a window kind of thing. So you can put different materials together. So I basically cut a plug, drilled a hole, and then shoved it through, and then cut it out, or turned it out, I guess. So fun little things that I do that I don't usually, or I guess, make a video on. But just little fun things. Why do you keep saying special on these? What does that even mean?
Oh, it's a micro, but I don't like the only special micro shapes to make whatever other shape.
Gotcha. Yeah, did you see the video of the turning with Carbide? I made that, and I was like, I was thinking about Ben the whole time, pretty much, if I was thinking about anything other than turning. But yeah, Ben popped up in my mind quite a bit. Just living in my head rent-free. But yeah, it was, the more I think about it, the more I think it's like, I guess, similar to the other turning tools as well. It's just a completely different, I guess, shape, but the presentation is all the same, and I don't know. I thought it was a pretty cool thing. But it is a longer video because I wanted to kind of illustrate some of the other points about it. And I also wanted to point out that if people are always under the impression that it's just a scraper, it's like, well, if you only use it that way, I suppose it could only be a scraper. But, you know, I guess I'm one of those types that likes to challenge commonly understood things. I believe those are called axioms, by the way. Things that are just generally understood to be the case. However, I do hold the tool flat sometimes, like right there. I just hold the tool flat. I didn't really need to do anything. But when I'm trying to go like more specific, then it turns into, I don't have a bowl gouge handy, but it does kind of turn somewhat like a bowl gouge. I'm not a pro with the bowl gouge by any means. I can't even sharpen one, even though I got the jig, so that's kind of annoying. It's just all about how you like to maneuver the tool. I guess is in essence what I'm getting at for that particular video. And then I don't think people should feel bad, but understanding like the geometry of it is also like the significant part of it. But yeah, the video consisted of me rounding a blank. If you wanted to summarize it, I did it with carbide and then I did it with steel. But yeah, do we have other turners out there that have a preference? There's got to be somebody out there that turns other than Ben, because he's editing. I also think that the Carbide is just generally more approachable because of how it looks, too. Because you start looking at a bowl gouge or something like that, and you're like, what the heck? This looks like a sharpened spoon. why does it look like this? And what do I actually cut with? And this is obviously not that intimidating, far much more approachable. Yeah, either way, I think if you're working on, you know, only with this, then I think that you're hindering yourself as far as like understanding, as well as just I just think that people limit themselves sometimes. Me included, by the way. But when I started working with the SOOO, actually, is when some of the other things I was able to start like putting into words and stuff what it was that is actually happening with the SOOO. It's not as fluent with the SOOO. And until I turn a lot of wood, I don't really see a reason for me to be. But I will be using it later today once I get tired of turning painting pins, or finishing the set actually. Got a few more to go. Six to go. It's hot. Nope. It's got on or off. It does have a low, but I just don't want it on. The other thing I was kind of wondering about the whole pencil is like, is that only a rite of passage? No idea. But I do have a working theory of why people don't do it very much. And it's because they don't have a chuck to put a pencil into. I had to put tape on the back end of, or in the middle of the pencil in order to do it. And I had to use I used a collet chuck. Ben, if you can hear, something funny that I was thinking about was, what does your face look like when you're working on something and like really focused on it? So I guess the way that you would accomplish that is by having your phone or something back here, but you got to use the back camera so you can't see your face when you're doing your turning. So you got to get it set up to where you be, and then what does it look like when you're working on a project? That's funny. Monkeys. The big one. I just kind of think that would be a funny thing. Be like, all right, woodworkers, what do you look like when you're really focused on what it is that you're doing? And so the way to get the most natural of it would not know there's a camera there for one, but on the other hand, the next best thing would be not having the ability to see your face when you're playing or woodworking of sorts. I've also thought about that eye tracker. I know you know what I'm talking about, Ben. The eye tracker. But I don't know how that would be implemented for turning. Because usually it's your webcam, at least on computer. You're going to see where you're actually looking. And then how often your eyes move around and look at different things. I don't know how to do that, but sounds like it would be kind of fun. A lot of people here. That's nice. Hope everybody's doing well today. Taking some chill time for the holidays and all that. Got four large Delta Papas. Is annoying. It's slightly tilted to the left. So that's going to be fun. Initially my problem was that it was too high, and then I cut some of the bottom off. And now, well, it was already tilted before as well. So there's that too. You just need to either shove it down on the right or oh, that's fine, Ben. No worries. No worries, man. I'll take a look at it later. The shorts. But you probably can't see it. Anyways. Really didn't get all I was saying. I was talking about an eye tracker when you're turning. That way, on the screen, you could actually see where the eyes are going, what you're looking at when you're doing something. So I guess that was kind of like part 2 of seeing people's face while they're working on something. But that's all right. And Ben, hey, it's awesome on the milestone, by the way. Milestone. Achievement? Achievement. That's the one. As far as your reach goes, that's awesome. Hi there, folks. Hope you're doing well. If you haven't done so, please take a second to introduce yourself. Whether you're into turning or not, doesn't really matter. It's just like meeting new people. There we go. There's somebody. Hey, what's up? How you doing, James? It is a good morning indeed. Well, I guess it's afternoon. But you're in a different time zone, huh? You're on that mountain time. Large is absolutely fantastic. Phew. So a diamond painting pin to kick it off, and then I'll be working on these. I'll be working on these a little later. Because gifts and all, you know? It's funny, someone that is close has requested that we do 4 fountain pens for people that don't really write very much. And you know, there's a lot of things that immediately went through my head, but I guess one of the things that I finally ended up saying is, do you think that you'd write with a fountain pen? Because that's a fountain pen is relatively high maintenance as far as like pens go. It's pretty high maintenance, and so that's kind of what I was thinking about. Is like, if we did make all these fountain pens and give them to these individual people, would they actually use it, or is it just going to sit in a drawer? But I guess the other side of it is some people don't really have a frame of reference of how long it takes to do something, and yeah, something like that. But I think it would just be better for some people to just have a kit that has like a roller ball or ball pen. Otherwise, they're just going to be frustrated with the pen overall and then end up never using it because they don't know anything about it. And the other part of that is I don't think there's a high likelihood of them being interested in it down the road or being invested enough to want to learn how to use the one that they've got. So there's a lot of assumptions there for me on my part, but we're making them. We're making them. They're got pretty far down the line with them, which is pretty cool. Yeah, I'll show that right quick. And then also the noodle pin. All right, so these are the ones that that were selected here. Yes, pretty cool blanks. This one ends up pretty cool. This one ends up cool. I don't remember what that one looks like. I don't think I actually like that one very much. But and then this one can be if it ends up on the correct side. And then we did, or I did a different video of putting the noodles from the turning and drilling and stuff. So these noodles are from turning, but there's some really thick ones in there that are from drilling as well. This is a pen that I made out of the two blanks that we had from that. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. It turned out, or how it turned out. I think I'm going to be able to make 2 pins and then add a section or something like that. I don't know what I'm going to end up doing with this one, but pretty neat. I've got a couple other blocks over here that I did some stuff with. But gotta take care of first things first, you know? Yeah. 7 habits. Oh, man. Can't stay, just pop it on. Help the algorithm. Hey, buddy, I appreciate you. Thank you for doing that. It's good to see you. Good to see you. It still feels like we hadn't talked since your show. But that's all right. That's all right. Hope you're feeling well and everything. 3D printer waste works. I have not tried 3D printer. I haven't tried printer poop. That's the one. That's what they call it. Printer poop. But I have done Fordite. I've done. Oh, there's a lot of things. I don't want to list all the things, but there's a lot of things that you can just put in resin, turn it into something. But not jawbreakers. Jawbreakers won't work. Maybe if you get a big jawbreaker and you want to turn that into something, that might work. Also, if somebody knows how to break these pieces up effectively, like, I've got a lot of cutoffs that I want to do different things with. But one of the things that I want to do with that is I want to be able to smash it into different pieces or little pieces. So I can do make more things that look like I don't know where it went. But having the bigger chunks is definitely cooler, I think. But sometimes it just ends up so small and it just looks lost. But the much bigger ones ends up really cool. Hey Abby, will you go get your shattered pin? Your shattered pin? The broken one? What do you call it? Cosmos or something? That's the one. It's shattered, by the way. She's trying to rename and stuff. Yeah, that'd be good, Mike. That'd be good. Anyway, if you know how to do that effectively, I was pretty close to getting a a mulching machine, a mulcher to do that. I'm going to stick blanks into the mulcher. But this is what we made from it. So these are actually from this blank here. This blank, and then we broke it up into little pieces, and then we recasted it again, and that's what it ended up looking like, which is pretty dang cool, man. Probably one of the coolest ones, in my opinion. Oh man, I gotta get a Facebook group going. I gotta just go ahead and do it. I mean, I've got one sort of. The page is there, I think, but not really do anything with it. Yeah. That's what we'll do. Thanks, Ben, for all your work. We're just going to keep you out of it. Just kidding. They also have a Discord. I don't usually talk about it because I'm not very active as far as turning goes on it. Yeah, man, I wouldn't do that. That's still a part of my hesitation with the whole thing that you and I talked about as well. So I don't want it to be, because you're gonna blow up. You're gonna blow up. As you should. Yeah, I think I'll probably just make a space that's specifically for pins and spindles. And if somebody wants to learn how to do a bowl, that wouldn't be the place. This foil is usually really good, not problematic. One spot right there. Yeah, I know you wouldn't. I know you wouldn't. There's already something in that pin kit, by the way. I'm just changing gears a little bit. In that pin kit that already kind of bothers me. And the kits I'm using are from PSI. They're a part of the ones that I got when I bought the lathe from the person recently. But we'll be putting wood on it. Might have to send you some more jelly beans soon. Well, I didn't spend $30 on that Carbide tip, so I don't feel too bad about it. Just a flesh wound. Still works. Double catted. Yeah, and I do like the sentiment of that, Ben. I really do. I think my biggest block is that I'm focused on pins. Yeah. All kinds of pins, but pins. But then I go back and forth, and it's like, well, why not the other? It's still turning, and it's this and that. Well, it's partially because I don't think people will apply it the same way as others that have been around it for quite some time. So I think if I see somebody turning a bowl, I won't really apply anything that I see from that into turning a pen. And I guess the way I came to that kind of conclusion is by imagining kind of where I was when I began. Hey, what's up, Brian? How you been, man? But yeah, I don't know. That's why I've dragged my feet for a long time. Probably shouldn't. I do, I guess I'm slow to decide things. Been good? That's good, Brian. Making lots of bushings. Hey, has anybody reached out to you about the some diamond painting bushings? Because I was doing my one of my silent streams for a while, and then towards the end, I broke my silence, and then answered your question and said, check out Brian. She said that she sent you an email. Maybe she would. I don't know. Hey, that's good. That's good. Hello, hello. How you doing, Marianne? Any ladies out there? Hey, my wife is right over there, so we got at least one in the house. Oh, stupid term. Stupid joke. But she is in the house. But also in the house. Yeah, Brian, I just figured that you weren't busy enough, so, you know, I'll send people your way to get you going. Just kidding. Just kidding. Let's see, Marianne, are you you're one of the I think we talked about it. You're a diamond painting pin turner, is that right? Hey, Mandel should be there Saturday. That's good. That's good. And this is what I like about the community, man. That's what I like about smaller communities too. It's like when you send the work out, you know, you're able to like quickly revise, refine, and all that jazz. Then they also teaching yourself to turn pins. Hey, cool, cool. What kind of tools are you using for that? Or what does your setup look like? I don't know, blade, the turning tools that you use. Or you can just say, go away. I'm just kidding. No, I'm not telling you anything. 4 per day. I mean, I'm planning on picking it up, but maybe I'll get to like 1 per day or 1 every other day. But may the odds be ever in your favor, Ben. Spot right here is what's wrong. Got it. Delta lathe? Heck yeah. Gotcha. It's all in the coal garage. I hear you. If you have a shop vac, you can do a quick modification on that for your dust collection. Because this right here is actually from a vacuum cleaner, but the hose is from well, the air filtration, the dust collector. What model? It's a Delta lathe. Yeah. Definitely want to do that. Definitely want to collect the dust. Otherwise, your lungs will. So, and even still, I suppose it could happen. So. Yeah, it sounds like you're well on your way. Do you use carbide or do you use high-speed steel? Or? Oh, nice. Bull in the China shop. Oh. Oh. This is the model. The whole make and model thing. Now I pick up and sit down. Hey, a set of each carbide, nice. You'll be well equipped, I'd say. Definitely going to be well equipped to tackle anything. I'd say like 95, above 90 for sure. Percent of the stuff that I turn is all with the round. Yeah. I'm not familiar with delta sizes, but that's usually what the numbers are. It's a reference to the distance between centers and the height. Like this is a Jet 1221. And then Turncrafter is like, nah, I'm not going to put the numbers in the name. So it's a Turncrafter Commander, but it's a 1018. Hey, that's good advice, actually. I would have recommended not getting a mini either. That's if you got the budget for it and all that stuff too. Otherwise, just getting started is the most significant thing. Alright, I got a question for you, Ben. Between Vicmark and One Way, who makes the better bowl? Who makes the better bowl lathe? I'd say it's probably still One Way if I had to guess, because there's a lot more attachments that One Way is kind of built. It is pretty good. Yeah, One Way. Yeah, I don't know if you can get better than a One Way when it comes to bowls, especially. Because all the attachments, all the sharpening stuff, if you want to like... Oh gosh. I don't know if you can see that. That top part, that top here, that's a chip out from the Carbide, I guess, when I hit it on something. Yeah, robust. I'm a fan of robust's colors and the design, the way it looks physically. I don't actually like the way that the One Way looks. Don't have all the tools to make a bowl. If you have a chuck, then you got all the tools you need, pretty much. Well, at least I've made them with that before. But yeah, diamond painting pins. They're good. They're good. You can even one up the diamond painting pins we make, as far as intricacy and stuff. You know, you could add threads into it, things like that. What's a One Way? A One Way is a Canadian brand lathe. Yeah, I do. That's also why I like the Harvey too. I like the way that it looks, and then I also like the headstock pivots. But I don't know. If I could just get one blade, it would probably just go ahead and send it with the robust. That way I could do anything that I ever thought of doing. But to be honest, this has done pretty much everything that I thought about doing too. So it's about a $14,000 difference. And start dreaming, yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a part of me that's like, one day, I mean, it is the livelihood, my livelihood. Can't put it on the back of jet forever, can I? Like I said, this tool rest is high over here, low over here. And so my approach is different with the tool, which is frustrating. Don't want to get into resin. Hey, that's cool. That's cool. There's definitely a lot of people that do like the, I guess, we call it the bedazzled look, but, you know, it's just a blanket thing that we say. But yeah, throwing some bling on it, I hear you. Yeah, that's true. Lots of people. But he's not a diamond painting pin turner. Would make me seem like a shark fan. Not a shark. I don't sniff out blood. and act on it at least. Oh man. Okay, let me clean up right quick. Then I'm gonna make a set of pins here. Eventually I'll have a Facebook that I do stuff on. Because it's nice having, you know, the people here and everything, but there's no real way to talk to anybody outside of the outside of YouTube doing a live. So it's kind of, I don't know. In some ways, I guess that's kind of cool. But talk to this right now. So, get this tool out of here. Need to bend it. I tried to shim it. That didn't work. At least how I wanted it to. Even if he did steal them, Mary, he would have to find his market where he's from. He's from out of town. He's not in the U.S. Neither is most of the people in that Discord, by the way. Just thinking about that. I just thought about that. All right. So, next thing we're going to do, y'all. Okay, so first things first. Yeah. Peeps from all over the world in that Discord. There for a while, man. I was feeling pretty lonely being the only American in there. Alrighty, so we got this. This is what we're gonna do. Is the professional twist in kit. Boom. The business like Maceric. Never heard of it. Maybe they should try a different strategy if it ain't working there. Let's see. Let's get some that's a Bethlehem. Bethlehem olive wood. No, let's get some steam. This thing. Why not? Yeah, this seems like a I don't want to cut a new one. Oh! I got some stabilized blanks that I'm going to use actually. There we go. Okay, so this is what we're going to use, or make. Alright. Got some stabilized wood here. That's what we're going to use. Took a class, made a slim line, pin, curved it. Oh no. Okay. Let's see. This is a relatively long brass tube. Well, that'll work. Bum, 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 bum. But of course, let's see. There is a pen company in London that's making it work. There's pen companies everywhere that makes it work. Where's your can-do attitude? Ooh, yeah, purple. One of my problems with the stabilized blanks grab bag is you don't know what type of wood species it is, and that kind of bothers me a little bit. That's not a good blank. There we go. Curved it on purpose. Your teacher liked it. Yeah, if I had students, I'd probably not be as supportive as some of the other teachers out there. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Put it red. Where did you take the class? Was it at like a local wood shop? Yeah, that's a burl. Green. Oh, okay, cool, cool. I tried to go. I went to a Rockler and asked them if I could be one of the demonstrators there. And I said, no, you got to work there. And then I said, okay, can I have a part-time job? They're like, no, we're not hiring. We're full. I said, okay, fine. Cool. I knew what you meant. Okay. This can go over there. So one of my problems with some of these instructions, man. So we're looking at the instructions. And it says drill bit. And you got to do PK 38 BP for wood. And then you look at the barrel trimming, the 3/8. So in order to determine what size hole you need, you either have to look that up, what the designator is, or you'd have to be smarter than them. Ha ha ha. And then get your calipers, measure it, and then find the closest fraction or size that you've got, which is 3/8, which gives you a little bit of play, enough for the glue to set in. But that's all that I wanted to show with that. Actually, you know what I should do? Just turn this into a video. Yeah. Views are down anyway, which is okay. Change of pace. Oh. Yeah, it was a little bit of a bummer not being able. They didn't even ask me what I would have taught. Nothing. No, what are you interested in doing? This or that. It's also annoying going to a place and knowing more about their stuff. I went the last time I went to Rockler. Look, I've got nothing against Rockler at all, even though they denied me. That's okay. But the belt on one of the lathes, I was looking at it, trying to find a lathe for my dad, and the belt had a twist in it, which was not very cool. Alright, so we're going to do some of this, video. Video. Hello. I don't know what you said, but hello. Alright, so I want to... There's 4 in here, okay. There's 5. Okay. There it is. Gotta take a look at the kit all together to make sure that it's got everything that we want here. Sure you throw everything down. Do a good drop test on everything. Could save you time in the future. This is a Parker style refill. There's no name on it. So it's a Parker style. This is the twist mechanism. Or is it? It's gotta be. This is the transmission, so this screws inside. Nope. Figuring it out. Never turned one of these kits before, so this isn't exactly a demonstration on how to do it live, right? But once I do figure out how to do it, then it becomes a video. So this is the transmission. It just screws into here. Takes the guesswork out of pressing it together, huh? So that's going to sit there. This is going to go here. That'll get pressed in. This is where it's actually going to connect to that. Family loves your writing pins. Nice. Looks like it is fully engaged here. There we go. That's how it works. So this will be there. Then this top part will rotate. Looks like the clip is kind of independent of it, except for when you press it together. Nope, it's locked into place. Cool. Anyway, that's how it goes. Boom. And screw. Just spring. So it kind of looks like that the only thing that this actually presses into is this part, unless I'm missing something, which I don't think I am. So I'm just going to roll with that. But it'll make it down to this size. on the inside there. Cool. You think the handmade pins are better than store-bought? Yeah, me too. I might be a little biased though. Okay, so we're going to grab all this stuff and put it in our little box over here. Got the bushings that go along with it, so I want to measure the bushings too once I get all this set up. Walmart prices. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I mean, on the other hand, they don't. I guess that's the thing is some people don't know anything that goes into them really. And so, on one hand, it's like annoying, yeah, but maybe it's because they don't know better. Or they don't know that it takes a setup like this, or you know, I mean, the other thing is they just couldn't care. Some people don't care. They just like, you know what I want? I want that writing instrument, and I just want it to write when I grab it, and that's okay too. Can't make everybody happy. I think it'd be kind of awesome to have somebody come over and, all right, you want to make a pin? Fantastic. Let's do it. Cat-like. Quality and beauty are better. Yeah. Ooh, this one's cool. It's titanium looking. Okay. But yeah, Marianne. It's awesome. What kind of, do you know what type of wood that you're most interested in? Or is it just a little bit of everything and try to make it, some of those things contrast, make a pop? Where do I live? I live in North Carolina. But hopefully one of these days we'll have a large enough place to where I can actually host things like that. Have people come over and turn and all that, because I think it would be pretty fun. But until then, just keep doing what I'm doing. I could have dropped the spring, but it appears this one does not have one. But that's okay. I have springs. What spring do we need? That'll do. Okay, cool. I keep all these bags, by the way, and the reason I do is so I can put them back into the bag, and then I'll also write what it is, material used on it. So it's just a pretty easy way to keep track of everything. What does my wife do? I guess you can't come to term here in Florida. Hey, we do or we go to a pin show that's in Florida. We go to the Orlando Pin Show. What does my wife do? She's actually right back there. Hey, Abby, you want to say hey to Mary? Mary Ann? I don't think she heard me. Hey! Want to say hey to Mary Ann?
What?
Want to say hey to Mary Ann? You can talk for a moment while I finish getting these set up.
Hello. I am on the other lathe. My lathe standing with these pins. Let me grab those. Let's see. Oh, there we go. So I'm over on my lathe, which is just behind the camera, doing all of the sanding. My job is to make them all shiny after John turns them. So I do all of our resin blank work. So I make all of our blank each week, and then John does the printing, and I do the finishing. I do the shipping stuff too. Hello. I'm trying to see the chat, but it's so far away, and my elbows are so bad. No, I don't do any of the turning. I do have my own lathe, but it is a sanding only lathe. I have turned when we first started. It is not my thing. It gives me too much anxiety, but I am good at sanding. That's my job here. Well, one of them anyways. But yeah. Making pin kits. You guys are having a good week. And what? What? What?
You're awesome.
Anyways, almost Christmas. It's exciting. What makes you feel good? We are very lucky to get to do this as our job, and I like my part of it for sure.
What? Just talk.
I'm
Talk about what you do.
I did already. A fan. I make blanks. I take pictures.
Right.
Yeah.
That's good stuff.
I'm gonna give you a mic back now.
Hmm?
I'm giving you a mic back now.
Take the banjo off of hers.
I said that. Okay, bye everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's see. Lawrence, looking at your message, man, when I turn fountain pens, do I have a written list to make the pins? Like a written sequence? Is that what you're asking about? I do have a written sequence, but I don't use it. I wrote it because I was going to give it to people. And I just never did. She said it was nice meeting you. Oh yeah, which brings us back to Florida. We go to a fountain pen show in Orlando, and we actually have met some one of our diamond painting pen people there, which was pretty cool. I've also met some other people from the stream as well, which is pretty neat. I've gone to the Turner's Expo as well, which was another place where I was able to meet some people. But yeah, Lawrence, I do have that written. Okay. But like I said, I don't use it anymore. And I didn't. Yeah, I don't really use it anymore. Okay, gunmetal. Well, let's start with the gold. Okay, gold. There we go. We're going to write 1. And then we're going to pick a blank. That should be there. That should be 2. This one's going to be 5. This is going to be 2. Gold. What about green? We'll put green with gold. 1. And it's a pretty clever way to keep track of everything as you're working on it. I don't like to separate the brass from their respective pin kits. Not like it really matters, because if it's messed up somewhere along the line, it will just be messed up. But for the sake of keeping everything together, that's what I do. Black is 5. Then it just keeps the kits together as well. Gold with chrome. Oh, this one was gold with chrome. This one was whatever with gold. Okay. Chrome with gold. Checks out. I still like it. Chrome with gold will be 4. this gold with chrome will be 1. Now what to put on it? This one. Bum, bum, bum. Steel with brass. And then gunmetal with gold. I think we just didn't do 3 yet. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Stay. Okay, so that'll do. Alright, so we got our 3/8 drill bit prepped and ready to go. These are the bushings that we will go ahead and check for different diameter here. So this should be the same, and then the outside should also be the same, which it is. Fantastic. Oh. So we got that. Bushings are the same. Now, to measure that, because we need to know, or need to make sure that the hardware matches up with the bushings as well. So 12.5. Then this should also be 12.5. Which it is, and then the part back here should also be 12.5. Which it appears to be slightly less. So when some people, they go straight to the bushings and they determine that they turned right down to the bushings, that it's going to fit how it's supposed to, which is not unusual. Some people say that it's overturned or underturned. Overturn means that it's smaller than it should be. Underturn is it's larger than it should be. But to alleviate any of that, just measure it. That's all you got to do. Measure it. It's pretty straightforward. But from here, what I need to do is these are conveniently already scuffed. So the next thing from there is to go ahead and drill. Well, I guess I should mark them too, but the whole blank is going to be chalked up to each of these respective pins. So I guess that's what you would do if you weren't going to use the entirety of the blank. You go ahead and chop it down to the size that you need from it. We're going to use the whole thing, so we're just going to drill all the way through. Right there. And then I eyeball this because I know that it's going to be quite a bit more than 12.5. So it's not a major concern. But the other thing is you want to make sure that the drill bit will go all the way through too. You also know relatively where it's going to come out. So I know that, you know, at the base of the flutes is where it's going to be when I make it all the way through. But you'll also feel it. Don't worry, I'm getting the key here in just a second. There's a big chunk that's on the back side of this one, but I'm not super worried about that. Okay, I want to go ahead and square up the end here. Nice. Okay, we're going to drop the speed. And lock her in. Sorry about the squeaks. I might be turning a little too fast. I don't have a digital readout that works anymore. And the other thing that we should do while we're at it, go ahead and measure this. Make sure it's the fit that we want. It is. Splendid. I wonder if they're all going to be like this. These are all stabilized, by the way. This is all stabilized wood. We know that we got to go to the base of the flutes. And we're through. Pull back on the chuck as well. If you're using a Morse taper, or you're relying on the Morse taper to hold it in the chuck, sometimes it likes to pull it out too. So that's why I pull back on the chuck itself. And then, just to make sure, you can stick your head on the other side over here and look through, make sure you see daylight through the 3/8 hole that you just drilled. Okay. Now let's do this a few more times. And then, if you drill too hard or too fast, you can blow it out and blow out the other end, which isn't that big of an issue, but you know, just something to be aware of once you start getting closer to the end on a short blank. That'll probably ruin some of the end of it there. But all these are longer than I need them to be, so Come on, get out. This is what I have to look forward to with all of this stabilized wood here. Getting gummed up in the flutes. Yeah, same thing. This one is a little bit curved upward, which I would say that it kind of reminds me of what a barrel blank looked like a whiskey barrel type of blank. That's what I used to see. Yeah, that's all right, Mary. Thank you for hanging out. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day and good luck turning. I'll let you know when the Orlando show is. September. Abby, when's the Orlando show?
I don't know what the dates are next year.
The dates aren't released yet, but it is in September.
You should probably go to your. You feel like the
But yeah, it's in September. So you can kind of see that the drill bit's kind of doing a little bit of this action. Not ideal. I'm just going to open up the hole probably more than I want to, but we've already come this far. Just got to keep it at it. I'm also not locking it down on purpose, so it has a little bit more room to do that, because it's already going to be doing that. So I don't have a choice at this point, but if I lock everything down, it's going to put a lot of torque on the drill bit here, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. And then that's when it grabs, so that's why I say pull it back with it all together. Let's check a fit of a brass tube in that one. See if we're too far gone here. Alright, no, we're good. It levels out beyond this, so I'll cut this side off, basically. That's how we will remedy that one. go. What do I want to know about the show? I mean, just how it went, what the people were like, what the environment was like, all that stuff. Great, met a lot of good vendors. It could potentially lead to a few big things in the new year. I'd love to hear that, man. Networking and community. I was even thinking, you know, if you get in the good graces of them as well, that you could probably have access to their specific um, uh, whiskey barrels or bourbon barrels. I forgot which way it went. Some of them are not whiskey or bourbon or vice versa. One of those ways. 300-ish. Hey, there you go. That's good profit. Not to mention exposure. But yeah, networking is huge. Something we found strange that there were more expensive kits. Found that more expensive. Ah. So the whiskey barrel bespoke. Geez, yeah. So were there other pen makers there too? I thought you were going to be the only one of your kind there. Pen making wise. This one's a close one. I hope for the best on this one. Oh, you were the only wood guy. Okay, okay. Interesting. You happen to remember what brand or company what was there? Making kitless fountain pens? That's good. Sounds like you did really well. sometimes this just makes me. I think there's going to have to be a different purpose for this pin, or this blank, I mean. If you kitless pins, fountain pins, it's better. All right. This isn't going to work. This one isn't going to work. Oh, this one will work. Sweet. All right, one more. But yeah, fountain pins usually go pretty well in the right places. Let's see. Oh, we'll buttered up the organizer for a better spot. Hey, good deal. And two more. One is wine show. Cool. Gin. Dang. Shows next year. You're aiming for 5? Oh man, look at you. That's awesome, dude. Speed's really fast there. But that's cool. Come on, John. Roller balls, high-end bottle stoppers. Do you happen to make any bottle openers? That could have been interesting too. Or I guess everybody else has already got bottle openers, huh? It being a booze show and all. Okay, I think we saved it. There. Personally asked, here are all 3 shows. Go ahead. What? That's dope, man. That's a heck of a turnout, that's for sure. And Ben was saying you can't do what it is that I do there. Just tell me you don't know how. That's all. That's all. Of course it can be done. Of course it can be done. Hey, thanks. All this is stabilized wood. But yeah, so the next thing I've got to do with all of these is mark and cut if necessary. But I've got them all numbered out here. That one doesn't need much of anything. This one. We'll need some cutting. We'll need some cutting. No cutting. And some cutting. Hey, welcome back, Marianne. You missed all the squeaky drilling. Not all that fun, but yeah. I mean, I think pin making. I think a lot of people that make pins like it and like the idea of it, but a part of me wonders if they would actually stick to it for any period of time. So that's kind of one of the things that I wonder about, at least. Oh no, Ben was saying that. What was it? Let me scroll up a little bit. They're saying something along the lines of can't do that where he is. Market. So there we go. We were talking about like selling stuff in different places. Denmark might work for you, but might not work there. And then he said a business like what I do won't work over there. So a business like making pins won't work in Denmark. And then I was just thinking about it. Just, you know, you could work. I'm sure there are people out there doing far less and earning far more. So, I'm not saying that's like a rule of thumb that should be lived by, but okay. I don't know. I guess I have that. I think there's a part of me that's like doesn't have a can't do it thing. Got a weird block, I guess. That's all right. Come on. You're not gonna lie, you'd struggle to potentially just do pins here. Yeah, I mean, I believe it. I'm not saying it's for everybody, because if everybody's doing it, then you know, it makes it less. I don't know. Well, even still, there's so much variety out there. Because I mean, even if we were both doing the same kit right here, it would look different when you did it versus when I did it. Even if we're using the same blank. I mean, there's just a lot of things that I think about. Especially, I guess I also get salty. I don't know if that's the right word, but I do get a little salty when, what is it? Like doubting yourself? I don't know. I guess think differently. All right. Cool. Now I'm going to go chop these right quick. Let's see. If you don't mind, what do you charge for the VP kit or fountain pens? Well, I'm a little reluctant to say, but the fountain pens are in vicinity of 200. But I mean, what people always forget or don't think about or consider is that it's not just about the price of it. It's about sharing it. Hey, how you doing? But yeah, I'd say that it's a lot about sharing what it is that you're doing, what you do. Like there's a lot of that people don't think about. And also the longevity thing of it. So in a way, I think people are able to see like new people on the scene. They'll see that type of thing, and I think it's also pretty recognizable that some people are just out there chasing dollars. And man, we're getting all philosophical here, but when it comes to it, I don't necessarily think that chasing dollars is the way to go. Sure, everybody's in business to make money, so don't get me wrong. I do want to make money, but if that's my only thing, it just seems like the wrong thing. There's a lot easier ways to just chase money. Yeah. But yeah, you can make it work. What kind of social media presence have you got? Do people see your work? Do people like your work? Are you a person to them, or are you a product? All those things are things that I think about. And if you want to be a product, that's also not that big of a deal. It's just not as personal. And it makes it harder because I think it makes it harder because people aren't necessarily there for the right reasons to begin with. One thing that drives me nuts, but it shouldn't, because I'm happy that people are out there doing it or whatever it is. But people that like just get into whatever it is, and they're like, "Hey, I just got this set up. What can I make and make money off of it?" Well, hold on, pump the brakes a little bit. Give yourself some time to settle in. Like when I was in the X-Tool laser group. I had gotten a laser, and I was playing around with all different types of material and stuff like that to try and see, um, like the different settings that would be needed, the different uh, existing settings for the different things. Like, there's so many variables that you just got to try out, play around with, because you'll learn so much as you're doing that. But if it's just a matter of like plugging and playing, well, you know, that's a way to do it, and there's a lot of people that are successful doing that. But personally, I don't feel that that is a good thing, and I don't like feeling like that, but I just sometimes think about it like that, which is weird and I suppose a little self-destructive in some ways. But you know, I just think that people should be patient and give themselves time to learn whatever it is that they're trying to learn before trying to gain or recoup the money spent. Like, I don't exaggerate, or I'm not exaggerating. Like, I didn't buy a lathe to start selling anything. I didn't start making pins to try and profit off of it. But I did spend, 15 hours plus a day in the workshop just trying to figure out how to do different things. And through all of that, I learned a lot of different things that only experience will get you. Because making those connections in your own head is how you can potentially solve a different problem way over here. But, it probably sounds silly or something to somebody else because they're like, dude, I just put this in and look at that. Boom! It blew up. Cool. That is awesome. That is not the approach I'm going to be doing. Although, it is a weird thing. It's a weird thing. Let's see. Yeah. You get that. You had one guy at the show tell me 45, beautiful, was too expensive. Yeah. Well, I mean, it is to him. And then, I don't know, man. I don't know. Because then on the other side of those types of things, then you have like the artist price and your artisan price and your craftsman price. It's just, it gets confusing for one, and it's all over the place. But yeah, it's an interesting thing, I suppose. But I mean, if I've been turning for 5 years and making the same thing over and over again for 5 years, should somebody be able to like pick up where I left off and then just be like, okay, I'm a turner. Now they're doing the same thing for the same price and doing the same everything. Is that a problem? Well, no, it shouldn't be a problem. But on the other hand, it kind of is at the same time, because you're basically adapting what they have built up to that point and then just like taking it over in some way, which I find, I don't know, it's like the crafting version of unsportsmanlike conduct. But you know what? They're not wrong. They can do it. They can do whatever. It doesn't matter. And then the other reality is most people won't actually know the difference. So the other thing too is I know that there are way better pin makers than I am. I know. I've talked to a lot of them. and spend time with some of them. But we're doing the same thing or a similar thing. I've got this way, they've got that way, and it is what it is. So, I mean, how is that much different? It's not. So anyway, enough of that rant, I suppose. Facebook page, you're trying to build a brand, not just a product. People want bespoke. Anything, they come to me. Yeah, and that's cool. Bespoke anything is a way to go. But I mean, that's the other reason why, I've been doing all the streaming and then kind of talking about, um, you know, how I do what I do and that type of stuff. Because I mean, the information's out there, so it's not like I'm doing anything super secret. I just might have specific ways that I go about certain things that are different than others. Also, well, no, that's a different story. Let's see. You notice all the questions you asked me and Ben want to absorb as much knowledge. Yeah, I do, and that's awesome, and that's great. Mm. In your opinion, rate me the best you've ever seen. Well, I appreciate that. Appreciate that. I think of myself as a tryhard. I try really hard, but sometimes I overcomplicate things that shouldn't be, and oh well. Mm-mm. That's all right. We'll trim that off. I knew it was going to be tight in there. Oh well. That was going to be like a half mil shorter than the other ones. But I guess the other side of it too is like what I always have to think back to, why am I doing this in the first place? And that kind of grounds me back. There's some people that get into it for the wrong reasons, they'll fall out of it just as fast. Which I think is like nature. It's just natural for that type of thing to be. So that's why places that have like a long history of existing, they're there through the hard times and through the easy times. And I mean, think about like I don't know. A good example would be I play an online multiplayer game, and I stopped playing for a year plus. But then I'm able to come back and get back into it, and I'm glad that there are people that were still there playing the game, because if they weren't, then it wouldn't be there for me to enjoy when I came back. So I don't know, kind of a weird way of thinking about it. But to the people that helped keep it around when I wasn't there and then I came back to enjoy it again, hey, thanks. Kind of a weird analogy there, but it's just a way that I think about things, I guess. But let's see. Yeah, it is nice to take your time and develop your own style. And I think that people are also able to not only innovate but also iterate on things that are already good, and then kind of make them a little bit better or make them a little bit their own. So those are my demons. Because for the longest time I didn't want to teach or show anybody how I did what I'm doing, because in my mind it was like, well, you're just going to fuel up your competition and they're going to do this and that, they're going to start doing it. But over time it got to a point where you're like, yeah, but and then that's kind of how I came to the conclusion of the whole right reasons sort of thing. And there is an expression that goes along the lines of, the more you chase money, the faster it'll run. So, but on the other hand, if you're not doing anything that would generate money, you're also not going to. So, kind of a weird catch-22 maybe? I don't know, something like that. A lot of people care that the glue gets in there. And I mean, I don't want it in there, but it's not that big of a deal, because when you do the barrel trimming, it's going to kick that out anyways. So I suppose if you're a sanding kind of guy, then you'll probably have a problem with a little bit of glue in there, but not if you're a barrel trimming kind of person. Let's see. Started as a general maker with live edge. The lathe has taken over a lot more. Yeah, and I think over time you'll continue down your path, and you'll find things that you like the most of all. And so it's easy. It's easy to make a pin. It's not that hard, right? What's hard is getting really good at it. So everybody likes the whole in the military there was a thing where it's like you learn enough to know 80% of the information, but over time it's that last 20% that's the hardest, and that's going to end up weeding out the people that just know enough to do it versus ones that are beyond that. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just a fool. But I like my way of thinking, and I don't think I'll change too much as far as that goes. Let's see. Is there any activator in here? No. You posted the 3 printer pin to Discord, right on. Is it perfect now to have more blank? Yeah, nice, nice. Okay, so I need to get the correct barrel trimmer here. First try. But yes, I know that pretty much every pin maker is very secretive with all their tricks and tips, and you know, even something like their finishing techniques is kind of funny too, because they're like, you know, I use like a part of the shellac flakes, and then I'll part it with this and that way it just leaves a great shine. Like, okay, all right, that's awesome. I am glad that you've spent the time to learn about that. And you know, I don't great. But some people are very secretive with it. They don't want to tell. But I guess the other thing too is, like, if that's your only secret that you have, do you really know that much? Where is my damn barrel trimmer? Ooh, I just got a carbide one recently. Ugh. Of course. But yeah, I guess those were used to be things that kept me up at night. I think I want to use a sleeve on this one. I need to go get my sleeve set. Give me just a moment. I gotta go grab my sleeve set for the barrel trimmer. Alrighty. So this will be fun. I haven't used one of these before. But, so this is the sleeve, I guess. Lock that down. Okay. Some of this. Some of this. That'll go in. I want to push it past the brass a little bit. Yeah. Alright. Never used it before. Let's see how it goes. Oh, there's my other one. There it is. It's alright. I recently picked up the Carbide one, so wanted to see how that went. Okay. And it's not going to drill my hand. Ooh, she's burrowing. That's nice. Sweet. Anybody else use that? The Carbide one? Thing is nice. Boom. Barrel trimming just got tons easier. Now I gotta retrieve my little barrel guard here. Well, like I said, I've never used one of these before. So, say it's pretty easy. I don't remember how much it was, but good purchase nonetheless. This is what I was talking about. There's like a blob at the top here. And then this is kind of the little scraper that it'll just kind of get rid of it. So go in, and it'll twist out. So there's no reason for Play-Doh or whatever else that people use. See? Challenge. Challenge things. They might be right, but you know what? You'll have done your due diligence to determine so. But yeah, I guess to wrap that little bit of a rant up, I think it's important for people to try out everything that they seem interested in and determine if it's right for them. 'Cause maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. You'll never know until you try it. I don't want to be the gatekeeper that keeps you behind. Using this to kind of push this down past the brass tube. Man, this is... If you barrel trimmed before, you'll know that the struggle's real. But you probably found a different solution to it. But, like I said, I never tried the carbide, and it is so nice. It's expensive though. The setup for it, getting all the guards for it, kind of expensive. That guard setup that I've got here, if you're wondering, is it's like this, and they're all just different diameter tubes that you use the same 7mm that comes with any of the carbides or anything like that. I was covering the top because it had that person's name on it. We'll get the turning here shortly. That was done. That was done. I take them right to the ring where there's a little bit of shine. I know people like to be just shy of it, but any kit that I've done that with, I haven't had any issue with. So if you have a kit that was a problem when you did that, let me know. I'd be interested in taking a look at it and see if that is the case, because that's just generally not a good design. At least once you get it in, then you can do both sides. So you can kind of see that this one's a little bit higher. So we're just gonna trim it off. That's what we're gonna do. Now it cuts fast though. I don't know if it's because it's stabilized or because it's carbide, but either way, it's quick. And I say that because it could get away from you. You cut more than you intend. I'm gonna trim that down. Level it out. But yeah, the other thing I was thinking about too, I don't know if I'll do it, but I should, is, make a video about the mentors that I had. Even if they never knew. Just people that, I looked at and saw that were doing things. So a prime example that I was thinking about is, is Sean from Worth the Effort. He's just a pretty good dude. Just seems like a good dude at least. I've probably watched a good hundreds of hours on him. Just learning as much as I could. That's partially why I ended up with a jet, by the way. So there's that. Because it's important, I think, to at least give a nod towards the people that, kind of enabled you to get to where you're going and where you intend on going or whatever. Because they'd like to know, I imagine. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So, pretty good. We got some sweet rainbow confetti here. All of our kits are set. I'm going to go align these back up with their respective kits. Nope. Okay. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. There. All good. We're not going to do any fancy finishing on these. We're just going to use our regular sandpaper from the box set here. So the multi-roll sanding pack, 150 to 600. It's got a great range. Get some paper towels because I'm going to be using some denatured alcohol as well. And then I'm going to use Aussie oil, probably. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah. Little shine from down under. It did kind of gel. Which is funny. Then we're going to respirate her up. And I got my SOOO. You have that sandpaper pack? It's a convenient one. Some people try to use it for wet sanding, but I'm pretty sure it's got a different adhesive on it that makes the the grit fall off. So it's kind of funny. But yeah. Are you forgetting something, John? Yes. Now, no. Alrighty. I don't know if you can hear me. Probably you can. Alrighty. Let's lift this up a little bit here. Yes, you. Ooh. A bit higher. Alright, gonna turn my dust collection on. So it'll be loud. My goodness, that's taking forever. Huh. Okay, look at that. Ooh. We need to take it down just a little bit more. Alrighty. Cool. Thank you, Mary Ann. These are pretty cool shavings. So, orangey. This wood is stabilized, by the way. That's a part of why it's so hard. I'm not going to sand until I'm done turning. But the orientation is, this is where the end is going to be, probably, and this is where the top is going to be. Alright, we're going to go sharpen up my skew. I don't know if you saw, but it like taped on everything. There we go. Alright. One down. Let's start with a carbide this time. Alrighty. Now we want to use the SOOO. Well, now I want to use the SOOO. I could have done the whole thing, right? But there we go. I didn't cut the bristling, by the way. I thought I did for a sec. Whoa, that looks so cool. Let me show you up close right quick. This one's a gray or black. I don't know what the dye is called, but yeah. That's pretty neat. I'm a little worried about how deep this goes here. I don't know how deep that part's going to go. Yeah, it is a little bit of an odd color, isn't it? Nice. It's a mess. Let's take a look at it real quick. Still, see, that's going deeper than I wanted it to. Alright. Alright, we'll probably just dribble some thin CA in there. Or not. Probably not. We could. Probably should for the metal. That has got a lot of stabilizer in there. My goodness. This is like turning my car to. Good grief. green. Anybody wear a size 3 ring? Looks like an army green. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Hey, do we even need to sand this? Just kidding. Of course we do. Alright, gonna hit it with a little denatured alcohol. Man, that is clean. When you get a good finish, I'm gonna start closer to 320. Yeah, 320. Hey there, Koyan. Little Aussie oil from down under. All right, so for this one, we're just going to hit it with a buffing wheel at the end. So next. But let's go ahead and put this one the rest of the way together here. Hit your end. No biggie. But normally I just take this to the buffing wheel and hit it with that. But in this case, let's go ahead and press this one together. That way we can wrap it up. So these are the ones that we've already turned and everything. So looking good. Did I? Oops. There you go. But I will end up sanding the rest of these a little later. Mama's calling for dinner, so don't want to keep her waiting. Okay. Let me get the rest of this out of the way. How's that? Let me adjust a little bit more. Okay. Not ideal where this is set up, but just a quick note: if you do make pin kits, I find this one like the easiest. This has got to be one of the easiest presses that I have found. Okay. So I'm pretty sure that this is the only piece that actually needs to get pressed in. The rest of the assembly is in here, and then it will connect to this part. Yeah. Well, if I assemble it wrong, my bad. Let's get the rest of this stuff. Okay, here are the other components here. So, spring on the ink, the Parker style refill here. That goes in. Free. This screws into the back end. And this is where the transmission is. And then this just goes in. I'm pretty sure that this will just press in the rest of the way. There we go. Look at that. See? Underturned. Perfectly turned. Well, I guess just a tiny bit off. But you can see this, how this tapers in to the blank itself. So it's supposed to be 12.5, but this is closer to like 12.4, the metal part here. So it just is what it is. The kit should be should have a slightly different bushing on it, if that was the case, but whatevs. It is what it is. What can we do? See if we can press anything else out of this. Well, I guess the only thing from here would be to take it back apart and then try again. But there we go. This is the, what's this, a professional? Yeah, the professional twist pin kit. So how about that? Thanks for hanging out. I will go ahead and wrap this bad boy up. I got a few more to do. I'll probably go back for the rest of these and just take one side down just a little bit further, just past the bushing. So that's kind of annoying, but it's a kit, right? what can you do? Yeah, it was great hanging out with you, Marianne. But yeah, I had a good time. Shoot, I learned something too. The stabilized blanks are dope. They're hard. So it is more like turning a combination, I would say, of micarta and alumilite. If those things had a certain feeling, it would be what that blank was like. The purple one was a little bit more waxy feeling. If you could imagine turning a crayon, I guess is kind of what it felt like. But yeah, you'll get reps with all kinds of different things, and I encourage you to try all different types of material, Marianne, because you might find that what nobody else is turning is what the next thing is that everybody's going to be like, what? Yeah, I love that. But I don't know. Who knows? But I appreciate you all being here. I hope you learned something. If you could on the way out, hit that thumbs up. I'd appreciate it. And then consider subscribing if you want more turning videos / live streams. But I'll be here whether I didn't earn it today or not. I'll be here next time. So I hope you have a wonderful holiday if I don't see you again, and I will see you next time. Take care.